Hello. It's time to drive. So, I've got... If I remember correctly, I got most of the controls in for... I have to buy a new pop filter, man. I gotta do it. I believe I had most of... I mean, I had a start, I guess. I mean, I think I left off when I just like hit play and like tried to drive and it didn't quite work exactly. And I was like, all right, I'm done. So yeah, I'm not sure why the back is like that. So I think it was something weird. I hit reverse. And now I'm just accelerating backwards. At a rapid speed. Okay. Exiting doesn't work. I can't pause anymore. Alright. Those were some issues that I had. So first thing I want to do is this global action here. I need to have this as part of a input context so that you can always press escape. Because it was currently set up just so first person handled pausing, which is kind of not very good. So I got some things to fix there. So first of all, I'm going to go here and remove it. This is also pressed. Limit a trigger event once. Right. Okay. Just needed to check that. So it's going to be pause, escape, pressed. Okay, so I'm just going to remove it from this. I'm going to make a new context that will just be global. Buttons you can pretty much always press. And it will go into a folder called global. So this mapping will essentially be activated. And it's broken again. Okay, that got it to work. Okay, and now I can't pause. And I've closed all of Godot because the mouse capture doesn't actually work. It's so stupid. Oh my gosh. I pressed F5 because I thought that would refresh. For some reason, I don't know why. I don't know why guide actions in particular are really hard for this to null texture. Okay. Pause. Inspector. Is remappable, sure. That button. Rest. Okay. I think I really need some kind of input management thing. I'm starting to think less and less that world is the place for this to go, but it's going to stay here until I think it needs to move. What is it? Input context? Mapping context. Global context will be enabled when we start. And never disabled. So yeah, never disabled. Does player handle pausing? I don't think so. It should not. Process, handle pause, good. Good. So now if I run, I should have the pause working. It's not. I mean, what can I... Mouse is captured. I guess I can kind of force it to stop. F8 will stop. Okay, good. Good to know. I should try that. So why did that fail? Because I have not given it the thing. That would make sense. Awesome. Okay. So now that I can do that, also... So yeah, I can like press back and that starts activating reverse, which is really weird. I'm not sure what's really going on. I have accelerate bound to accelerate. It's on accelerate, which is period. Have I done this one wrong twice now? That button. I swear I've done that wrong like twice, I think. Yeah, I did it wrong in realistic and then I made map and then I made tank and then I fixed it on tank and I didn't fix it here. Okay. But also releasing didn't stop me. Yeah, I'm continuously accelerating. right. Is it that I never turn this off? Ah. This is what I missed. Also, yeah, engine force and brake should start at 0, I think. And then I modify them accordingly. Yeah, so now I have an issue just with the back wheels, I think. Before I do that, let me get the camera working so I can actually spin the camera around. How can I set this up? Also, yeah, center of mass should be moved forward to be between the wheels. Let me quickly calculate that. This is the forward, so 2.171. One seven one seven. Oh. And then negative 15819. Okay, so this value over 2. So 0.2949. 2949 should be my center of mass. Is that a marker for the center of mass? It probably is. No, that's a marker for the exit point. And then the Y will be a bit above the wheels. Where are the wheels at? What would be like 0.5? I'll say 0.6. 0.6 seems right. Also, this is supposed to be on Z. 2.9. Centered. Inertia. Inertia is automatically computed. Okay, good. I was going to say, I sure hope that leaving that at 0 is fine. This will have continuous stuff. Alright, cool. Alright, the wheels are looking better. I do appear to like instantly slam myself on the ground. So I wonder if the wheels can't quite support this weight. The mass is 2250. Let me set that to not such a high value. Like 0.2, 3, 0.2, 0.1. Right, and then I did kind of not do the wheels totally correctly. I'm supposed to place these I guess essentially I'm just going to drag the wheel out the front, out this side so I can see it. What I'm supposed to do is I'm supposed to set my rest length here. So I actually would like these to be quite a lot taller off the ground, I think. It does actually go up a bit weird, but it's like 2-3, I think. So then I would probably pull this up a bit. Well, I mean, it's kind of hard to tell, actually. So let me do this. Let me, yeah, let me use like CSG shapes here. So I can kind of cut this out. Because I really want to be able to see the wheel well. I really want to. I'll do a combiner. Call that mesh. Body shape. I'm just going to copy all these over. Wait, that one's gone. Oh man. Alright, I want to do wheel wells. Just want to do a combiner for this one. Okay. Great, cool. Now, what is that? Why does it look like that? That's just like Z fighting. That is... What is that? Weird. That's really weird. Okay, so... Yeah, essentially I want to try and put this kind of... Well, where it's at right now, my rest link is 0.23. So I'm going to move this down that amount. Well, like here, and then can I go like up a little bit? Uh, 0.27. Okay. Because that's where it will be when it bottoms out. And then I would need to move the whole vehicle up a little bit. Or just these parts. I want to move the whole thing up. Okay. Looks pretty silly. These all should share the same mesh right now. So I can make them a little bit larger. But of course that does affect the radius, so my radius is now 4, 4. And so I need to move the whole thing up again. You know, it looks a little bit goofy. So I think let me go down a little. Not quite so high. Actually, I can't really move it up at all. I wish changing this would push the tires down, because it's hard to tell. Alright, so let's say I want the tires to be here when we are bottomed out, if this is a better way to figure it out. So I'm here, I have my suspension length set, so then I would just move them down by that suspension length, right? So I go down 0.2. That's exactly where they go. Alright, let me say 0.18 then, and go up 2. I feel like they're just a little too tall. What am I thinking? Back to 22, down 4. Right? So if I were to go up 22, this is where the wheels would hit when they are at their highest point. And then move the whole vehicle up a little. Okay. That feels like a truck to me. A lifted truck with a big suspension. I think it just like flips under like that. is really funny. So do I have to make them stiffer? I probably do, right? Yeah, the fact that it drops like that. Let's go up to 8. To 80. I'm not sure why it drops so hard. Do they really just have to be stiffer? Here we go. Yeah, so the turning is sideways. And it's really easy to flip your car. So the turning is a bit aggressive. The turn speed's a bit aggressive. Let me go and make it so I have a camera so I can turn it around, because it's really kind of bad. So you go away. You will negate. And then I need to make sure I do this on tank as well. I thought this would be like backwards. I honestly did, and I was right. Well, it was already backwards, but the steering being there makes it not backwards. Because when I go left, I'm going in the negative X. When I go right, I'm going in the positive X. Which feels a bit... I mean, I guess that's correct, I think, but... Gosh. Alright. Next thing I need is more damping. I need a lot more damping. I'm pulling left pretty hard. I don't know why. Oh my gosh. Is it that the steering doesn't quite return to 0 or something? I don't know. Alright, anyway, camera. I need to be able to spin this camera around the car. I got to. Okay. Camera. How will I do that? Great question. My thinking is... I could use this as like a... Maybe the vehicle tells you with a center. Or not even that, but just like... I mean, yeah. Like the center point for the camera when we're controlling the vehicle. And actually, I should probably move the vehicle back so these are at equal distances, right? No. It should be center of its... It should be this like geometric center. Like if we drew a convex hole around this, the center point is on this axis. On this plane that it's on right now. So camera target will be like here, I think. And then my camera will orbit around this point. So in my the vehicle camera. So I will read in, oh right, I actually do need look to be on this. Can look be a global input? Just the mouse? Maybe it could, so I can always read that action. Because it's kind of annoying to set that up on multiple contexts, right? Should I make that global? I feel like I should make it global. I feel like I want to make it global. What do I want to do there? Global camera or input context camera? I guess my thought there is that something has to know where my camera is. And I think it's going to be the player. The player is always going to know where the camera is. I could, instead of putting it on a global mapping context, I could put it on a camera context. Right? I guess my thought is, what if I want to have it so you can swap driving perspective? You could go from the third person overhead to first person. What does that mean for my camera handling? Do I pick based on these? Should I say update first person camera is not a guarantee? Or rather, it's not guaranteed to only happen in the update first person, right? You could be going to first person camera in the vehicle. So when you're in the vehicle, you would call, say like, we first person mode, okay, update first person camera, right? Or update vehicle camera, which would be the orbit. Okay. What do I want to do right now? I want the camera to orbit. So let me just make it do that now. Let me not consider input context or anything like that. I will have to add it. So I'm just going to add it here. Okay. It's going to be a different context. I really want it to be a different context, so it's going to be. Call this camera first person. Look, I think. Let's move that over there. So look does this window relative thing. Which is just nothing. Scale is 360. Okay. Then it will be axis 2D. What is this? Just input mouse? I don't know. Right? Just that. Okay. Huh. So this is now that. First person no longer has that. Okay. So I do call it camera first person. I guess my thinking here was that I don't know. It needs to be on a different context because I'm disabling first person controls and enabling vehicle controls. But should it be called first person? Or should it just be called camera control? I'll just call it camera. Alright. So now world needs to know about this. Okay. So no player will always have this on the camera. So when I go to update vehicle camera, I will assign some distance to follow. So I'll just say, yeah. say it's 5. So essentially I take a transform. So I will say I guess I have look transform. Okay, wait a second. Look transform, rotated local. This, right? This is what I do every time. This is up and down, looking. Okay, I understand what I'm doing here. So I rotate it, and then I have this Y rotation, which is my left and right turn, which is the one that I really would like to have, actually. But I guess I'll just start here. So we perform our rotation, like so. This is up and down. It will have to be locked to a much more restrictive thing. So you can look almost straight down, or not quite straight down, but nearly straight down. But you could not look up very far. I should probably just put this on a, what do they have, like a camera arm. Essentially a raycast, or camera spring, or whatever it is. Essentially a raycast until it collides with something. It does a shape cast. It's pretty expensive, actually. And it would take a lot of interpolation. It's implemented very plainly. It needs a lot of interpolation on top of it to make it look good and not sickening. So I guess what I'll just say is so then I will say, I guess it can also rotate on my axis. So I want to rotate yeah, on my up axis. And I think it's the same thing as up here, or the other one, just look axis 2D. Looks like the same thing in the negative value. So this just allows me to go, I rotate the look transform. And then what I will do is I will say, essentially I will apply, yeah. I take camera transform will be multiplied by the parent, right? So I start here at look transform. It will multiply with the current vehicle. Global transform. Is this correct? Yeah, the parent, right? And then what I do is I what would it be? Transform translated local? By a given offset. So this would just be vector 3 back times follow distance. Global transform will be equal to this one translated backwards to follow distance. I think this is all probably correct. I'm always skeptical of something going wild and me just like something going crazy. I don't know. The camera flying off into infinity. I mean, yeah. That one's really weird. That one I don't quite get. That one I actually don't quite get. What happened there? The camera froze, too. Oh, I'm not looking at this. I'm just doing transform, and then I do... transform times this global transform, and then I do... transform... translate back... I think that's what I was supposed to do, not global transform. This is really weird. I don't know what's going on. Transform will be equal to... Alright, how do I do this? Actually, how do I do this? Look transform origin. Oh, camera 3D is top level. Right. That's what I've been missing. Origin will be equal to just 0 that. Then I do current vehicle camera target. So I set my origin point to here, right? I rotate it, and then I... Also, I'm doing this wrong. I'm doing this wrong. I have to do look transform equals. This gets to me so many times. So now camera rotation will work. The origin point is at 0 because I parent it to this. And then I transform backwards to my follow distance. Okay, I mean, I am... Oh my god. I'm better. I can spy on the vehicle from here. Oh. Oh, hey, exiting worked. And I snapped right back into place. That's cool. Hey, at least that worked. So... I multiply it by my parents, right? I'm supposed to do... That's how this works? Okay. So... Essentially, I do this so that my rotation stays with that. I'm really not sure why... Man. Multiplication transforms this one by the right one. Right? So that's parent. Child times parent. Or is it the other way around? So annoying. Genuinely super annoying. Also, this is just wrong. I'm supposed to apply... This should just be rotated along this axis, and then I rotate local along this axis. So this should fix my up direction being strange. I still have a weird thing with the origins not quite right. Okay, no. Left and right is still flipping me around like crazy. Actually, this kind of did fix it a little bit. I mean, it's not as unpredictable as you might think. I mean, the really funny thing is that this still like kind of works. Okay. So my origin point is going to be at 0. Which is kind of working. Should this be global transform? Should I do this? Translate myself backwards and then multiply my global transform by this value? I don't know that I don't think that should fix it, actually. Yeah, I don't think that should fix it. I can like literally position my camera just right to make this work, which is really funny. Almost right. You can flip the car so easily. Okay. What am I doing wrong here? Camera 3D is top level, right? It should be. It's not top level. Oh. What? When did I change that? If camera smooth enabled and not engine is editor hint, camera 3D top level is true. I do set it to true. To be top level. Smoothing is true. So when I'm setting transform like this, I am putting it to the center of the world. I am. Just what's really weird to me is that this isn't applying correctly. Okay. Let me look this up. No 3D. I will do get global transform. Parent times local transform. It's parent times child. This is super duper stupid. Super duper stupid. Global transform times camera 3D transform. Okay. Really dumb. Wow, and I can see my point is working exactly as I wanted it to. I can go upside down because I don't have a limit on that. All right, sweet. So yeah, the tires are kind of nuts. Hey, Danilin. I have the camera working now, finally. I can see how weird stuff is. I can exit fine. I don't have anything weird happening with entering and exiting. The vehicle is very prone to rolling over. I cannot run over zombies yet, though. I do push them out of the way. I think I just pushed that one into the ground. Okay. Hilarious. vehicle is very, very prone to rolling over. I think for following Andre Wams 3. So I think first of all, this number is too high. This default's way too high. The steering speed is 180 degrees per second. Maybe it should be like 60 degrees per second. And I will very, very soon make it so the zombies ragdoll when I hit them as well. Okay. I don't have a good way to reset the vehicle. I could probably add that. When you enter a vehicle that's like upside down, it just flips back over or something. Okay, so yeah, 60 still feels kind of high. I don't really know how to tune this. I know I can make it so it resists rolling a lot more. Also, it has this really weird pull to the left. I'm not sure why. And it's busted. So I think I fall out of the world. I did not. Alright, 40 degrees. Seems a bit better. I can still flip it really hard though. Just by tapping. Okay, how slow is too slow? $10 degrees is still pretty good. I can still instantly flip myself over though. Think in curves. Why is 10? Am I using this correctly? I feel like 10 is a really low number. Like, there's got to be a point where I say, yeah, that's definitely too slow. What point is that? Think in curves. I do have curves that I'm going to apply. Weird. Am I using this correctly? So if I set this to 0, I can't turn. I cannot turn if I set this to 0. Okay, so I'm using it wrong, is what I'm gathering from this. How? How is that possible? What? Oh, I know. I'm setting the value here, but that's not actually changing. Okay. This thing is still like locked in on that value. For some reason. I don't know why, but it was. I'm stuck. Yeah, the fact that it doesn't update there is really annoying. I don't understand why. That doesn't have it set as a value. It's like empty on this one. All right. Getting there. Slowly dialing it in. Yeah, 20 is still too high. So I'm gonna drop straight to 8. I really want to know, like, okay, this is too slow. Because I'm looking at the tire and I'm just kind of like thinking in the back of my mind, you know, what does it look like when I do this in like Grand Theft Auto or something? Okay. It's really slow, I think, in GTA. I feel like they have it really slow. So what is this, 4? Does it feel like it's actually changing? That's the real question. Okay, something's going wrong again. That still feels just as fast as it is before. What is happening? I'm setting it to 0. 0 degrees per second. I cannot steer this now. Okay, what is going on? Steering speed. This is multiplying by 0. I don't understand. What is happening? I know what's happening. This stupid thing is just... It's setting so many places. Please, stop this. God damn. I am so mad at that. That is so annoying. Why it was doing it twice over. It wasn't setting on truck vehicle, and then it's not setting in world because it's a stupid instance, and for some reason world just saves its value. Okay. Can I stop being gaslit? It's just straight up gaslighting. Okay, 60 is definitely too slow. Alright, and it still tips. And now, just for good measure, it blinds me. Thanks. Okay. So 60, certainly too slow. Maybe 80 is going to be the sweet spot. Why are you even letting the car turn that way? What do you mean? Why do I let the car turn? It's closer. Does the car not have weight? I think you misunderstand what speed does to a vehicle. I think. I do have to turn up the like I guess the grip strength of the wheels, because they're essentially just like flat planes. But Like in reality, cars will flip really easily if you go too fast and turn too hard. Not quite that far, not quite that hard, but hard. It is a very heavy vehicle and it has very low center of mass, as you can see. It's like barely off the ground. Right? Okay, so I think 80 is too slow. If the car was driving on pieces of paper, it would flip this easily. But I have not actually made it so the tires... Okay. I feel like that's about right, but I think 90 is probably where it should sit. Okay, going with 90. Now I will go ahead and make the tires hold on. I guess I'll just go really high to 0.8. Alright, 0.8 may not be high enough. Really? 0.8's not high enough. I feel like something here might be wrong. That feels more like suspension is probably going wrong. These really have to be higher than that? I feel like this is really high. Because 1 should prevent me from rolling. Unless I'm being lied to and I'm not actually changing all 4 of them when I type this in. It's just so uncontrollable. Alright, what's going on here? Do I have... Oh, you know what? I was gonna say, I could have done this wrong. But I don't know. I guess I can just lower this and maybe bring it further forward. Just a small bit. It does stick to the road pretty hard. But it does wobble a lot. And it's really pulling left. Why does it do that? It really pulls left super hard. I'm not going left or right or anything. It's just slowly pulling more and more left. So I'm gonna check the tires. I think there might be a problem with the tires. One of the wheels may have a wrong value. Or something. What's up with that? Why does it very obviously pull left really hard? Let me make it 0. Or no. This was necessary to fix like the thing hitting the back really hard when you accelerate. And essentially the tire's not sitting straight either because they were on unequal load. We're immediately pulling left. Why? That's very strange. We try hitting a reset on this, typing these in again, because I wonder if there's like a small value to the left or to the right or something, and so the wheels are inconsistent. Going left. The surface I'm on should be perfectly flat, but I guess I'll just check anyway. I mean, well, if the surface is perfectly flat, then I should pull... Turning me around should not change the direction that I pulled. Or it should change it, I don't know. Still definitely going left when I accelerate. Why is this... That infuriates me so much that these values just don't update correctly. Try this again. Definitely going left. This is a really dumb problem to have. This is a very stupid problem. I'm gonna go look directly at the file. To see if something is weird here. Like there's a very small value that's slightly offset. I mean, these are annoying, but I don't think it's the problem. Oh wait, these are CSG, never mind. Okay, these have good values. So there's no reason that this pulls left. Is it possible? Is it possible that I have this implemented wrong? It's possible. So I'm gonna print my steering. I have a feeling this is probably calculating itself wrong and setting it to like a value that's non-zero. Okay, it is constantly setting itself to a value non-zero. Yeah. So this has got to be incorrect. These values are too high, I think. Although now I'm getting spammed like really badly. So yeah, 0.34. So that does sound like it is rotating itself when I start accelerating. So my steer targets, it's got to be something in there, in here. I'm essentially setting my minimum rotation to the rotation of the steer target, but that's supposed to act as a maximum, is what that's supposed to do. It's not supposed to act as the result. What I'm looking for. So yeah, it's supposed to act as my maximum. So I wonder if I have to, if I use this as a absolute value between steer target and maximum. So I think I should do this at the bottom, and then I compute a steer maximum. It would actually just be here. It's supposed to be from yeah, what is this? From this value to this value using the steer curve. Yeah, it's supposed to be that. Okay. I'm glad it was my fault. Because when it's my fault, it's something I can fix. Cool. Alright, what happens when I hit this at high speed? Yeah. Cabin textures have opened again. So stupid. This folder opens? I don't like, what's this bug? What is this bug? This is definitely a bug. I get a feeling it's some file exists in some of these folders that forces it to open. For some reason. I don't know why Interpolate is now doing it. I feel like Interpolate's always just been a one file folder. Shader definitely didn't used to do it, but now it does it a lot. Textures started doing it. Environment does it half the time. Yeah, what is all this? Why did all this open? These are always open. Those always open themselves back up. And I wish I knew how to save that, because it's some cached thing here. It does something. And it's not saved to the project level. It's saved to like Godot's execution level or something. Okay, that worked. Now to figure out what the deal is with the tires. The car's still flipping. Because I think this is about as high as I can get this. Your vehicle will resist body roll. I don't know, should it be like 1 then? And then I go over 1 if I need? Is that the thing? Is that what I have to do? Because I want you to be able to flip it if you're, you know, going too fast, but... Yeah, I, like, immediately tipped it over. Can I reverse, please? Okay, the reversing thing needs a little bit of work. Let me try to get that fixed. I definitely did make it wrong. Essentially, we brake until we're at approximately 0, and then we allow ourselves to reverse. What I should do is take the linear velocity, compare it to the forward vector, and if we're going backwards, we can reverse. If we're going forwards, we have to brake. To a certain extent. I guess I can literally just do... If we are approximately stopped, I guess, what would this be? This would be like cosine something. $84. I feel like I want to get this to like 90, or not 90, but 85 or something. So how can I get there? This is pretty close. I mean, maybe I could just say 84 degrees. Yeah, 0.1's probably good. Sure. 0.1. We do reverse, otherwise we need to brake. Until we are relatively stopped. Wow, that's intense braking. Okay. That brake force might be a little too high. It is just... God. Oh, man. A little high. A little bit insane. So I thought this should be like a lot higher, but I guess you don't really want to go that much higher. Maybe it should be lower. Maybe to go in the other direction. And it's not going to update that because it didn't change it here. And then I have to go change it here as well because it just won't do it for some reason. Super annoying. Alright, so it's less than my acceleration speed. Okay, why does that feel like I still had insane braking power there? Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Okay, what about like 10? This should be really, really slow. I feel like this should almost prevent me from braking, I think. But I guess it does add on friction, right? So if I were to just accelerate and then stop, friction's going to slow me down eventually. That's pretty good. It's a pretty hard break. 10, yeah, that's weird. Ten is really hard breaking. Okay, maybe I make this like millimeters per second squared instead. I feel like these should probably come down quite a bit in value. How many millimeters in a centimeter? I think it's just that. It's a factor of 10. Right? Yeah. 10 millimeters per centimeter. So now it's actually going to be really bad. Really hard to break. Because I didn't actually change the value. That is pretty intense, though. I think maybe I should bring this close or bring this lower down. I think maybe 80 is still too high, or 84 degrees or whatever it was is still too high. Maybe it should be. Maybe I should put this in like. I don't know. Let's say if our linear velocity with our forward is quite low. And our linear velocity length is pretty low too. And I guess this one I can actually just say length squared. So this would be like, what is this value? Wait, is... Oh yeah, a third of a third is one repeating. Interesting. So if I'm moving less than... I may want to say 0.2. So 0.04 instead of 0.01. We're going pretty slow. We can reverse. And I'll do this here. A check if our linear velocity, if our forward is, I guess I could say less than 0 actually. So we're moving backwards. and our velocity is greater than this value, we need to brake instead of that. Okay. And now I can't reverse, apparently. Tough. If brake reverse is triggered, if my linear velocity with my forward is less than this value, I feel like I should flip this again. So if I'm moving forward with this, if I'm moving this far forward and my velocity is greater than this value, I need to brake, otherwise I can reverse. I feel like that's kind of how it should be written. And technically I didn't change any of the logic, but maybe it did? I don't know. I can accelerate just fine, and I can brake and then reverse just fine. Yeah, okay. Alright, this seems good. I still roll really hard. Is it just that my tires are too far beneath the center of mass? Is that really a problem? Is this too lifted? Is this too high? Perhaps. I guess I could try and just crank this value up even higher. The anti-roll. I don't know, let's try 2. Let's see what 2 does. I feel like this should be limited between 0 and 1. 1 being guaranteed you can't flip, and 2 being, or and 0 being you might flip a lot. Yeah. 2 is still not enough to keep me on the ground. It's better. Definitely better. Alright. Let's go double it again. What just happened to my camera? Okay. I think my tires were... Oh yeah, my back tires are sliding out from under me really hard. Oh, this is really cool actually. I am drifting the truck. I am really happy that that works. That is so drifty. Gosh. Okay. So I'm gonna go up a little bit higher on the, well, not I guess the friction slip, but this max force here. I'm gonna make this a 10. Because that technically influences how much they can slide. Or how slidey they can be. As well as the friction slip. Also, this is definitely just like turned into ice. This thing slides like way too much. Is this like roll influence doing this? Okay. Let me start increasing this. I feel like this stuff is a little bit misnamed and doesn't have the effect I think it will, that you might think it has. So I definitely expect to still be sliding. Yeah. Well, I guess this is, you know, a bit better. The brake is really hard. You do slide a lot. I'm just going to keep going higher and see if this ever actually solves that problem. I feel like it won't. I feel like nothing will change. These are on the wheels. Okay, these are guaranteed to be updating. I was going to say, I might be getting lied to. I feel like it's actually... Is it controlling a little bit better? It is really easy to drift this, though. It's definitely just on ice. What can I do here? Also, this has to go higher again. What if I go higher on the roll influence? Can I detect if the tires are slipping? I don't think they actually give me that information. I want to go look at the code here, so I can know if something that I would like to change is actually going to have any effect. It is the friction, because it seems like the wheels don't have any. They don't impose any kind of friction. They do have side impulse. They will do that. This side factor here. So if the wheel's in contact, the maximum impulse it can take is... Also, I noticed this side and forward factor actually a certain direction that I thought they were not. I thought before when I was looking at this code that forward was 1 and side was 0.5. Yeah, so what I thought would be nice is if the friction setting that I put on here I can change the amount of friction. Does not apply to the tires. It only applies to the body. So yeah, essentially all I get is the friction slip and then the suspension force. That's what I can change to influence how much of I guess the sliding thing, essentially. Well, the sliding... Okay, so the sliding is only forward direction. I guess it does also apply to side impulse. Side impulse. What does that compute? Here, side friction stiffness. Side friction stiffness 2. What? 1. It's just a constant value of 1. That's really funny. Okay. That is really strange. Side impulse, we start at 0. Okay, resolve single bilateral apparently takes the value, which I think is here. Which one is it? Is it the second to last value? Okay. So it takes this by reference. To do. Okay. So the impulse. Contact damping. Contact damping. 0.2. BAS. We had this set to 0.4 in bullet. It's 0.2. Okay. What does BAS mean? Seeing we apply this frame by frame makes more sense to me that to make this time-based, keeping in mind our anti-roll factor if it is set. So smaller value between the contact damping and roll influence. Okay. Relative velocity. Use only linear mass. I'm not sure which one that is, but it would be... This relative velocity comes from both. Relative velocity is the normal dot velocity. Relative velocity... What? What seems to be intended is rel velocity is normal dot rel velocity. Investigate why. Have they updated this? Has this been updated? There's a lot of really weird code in here. Stuff like that's all over the place. Not done. Okay. B2 inverse inertia. I'm guessing it's because this isn't set up yet. Okay, so I'm gonna look at something. They take this from something called bullet vehicle physics. I have no idea what that is. But I'm very suspicious that there's a lot of these weird things here. I'm even guessing BT is supposed to stand for bullet. I am totally fine to make little small tweaks or like convert this over proper, because it was definitely half done. Not even half done, but like way, like, you know, almost done. Okay, so nothing is listed here. New vehicle based on bullet. Let me see if... What was that? Let me see if they have it like linked here or something. Okay. Let me look at this. Bullet. What is bullet? This has already been fixed. Or whatever it is, it doesn't happen to me. It goes the correct way. Yeah, I don't see that. What is bullet? Bullet vehicles. Maybe this is it. Maybe someone has already made this, and I could just use theirs. Yeah, just what bothers me is looking at this code, it's really all over the place and kind of crazy. It's totally all over the place. And pretty much close a lot of this. I don't think I need that open for a while. Don't need that. So they use engine force, brake force, steering. Relaxing steering at 0 if the user doesn't hold down. Reducing the maximum steering angle with increasing vehicle speed. That's a good idea, which is what I was already planning on doing, and I've already written, actually. That's a little weird. I've already done this, and it's a good idea that I had. Nice to see that they have this written and they say that as well. Engine force based on analog input. Alternately based on the duration of the forward key being pressed down. I guess so. The steering angle and the engine and brake force. Alright, so first of all, I kind of wonder what is Bullet? Panda 3D. Bullet is their physics engine. Does... It's a good thing to look at. Jolt. Jolt vehicle. Jolt physics. Do they have a vehicle? Where would I see this? There's a vehicle. They have a transmission differential track. Wheeled vehicle controller. I could look at this and use this, but I guess I don't really know how good theirs is. I'm sure theirs is really good. When was this last updated? How hot is this file? Years old. Which, I mean, you know, it can be years old and still be good. Just converting this, bringing this in is going to be difficult. Very difficult. They simulate RPMs. Solve longitudinal and lateral constraints. Jolt just has like a different way of doing all of their physics. Engine apply torque. Engine not connected to wheels. What do you mean? Damn. So differential, I believe, is when you turn your wheels. What is it? The wheel on the inside turns sharper than the wheel on the outside does? Is that? It's that way or the other way. Essentially, the wheels turn at different rates. Which I believe helps keep the vehicle. It's more for like wear on the tires, I think. Something like that, because if you just turn them at the same time. Oh, no. Not the turn, not the steering. It's the rotation. The wheel on the inside has to turn slower than the wheel on the outside. Or more correctly, the wheel on the outside is to turn faster to keep up with the vehicle. I believe that's what they're computing that and making sure that, you know, the outside wheel turns faster. Pre-collide. What is this engine thing? This is after collision. They simulate gears. Yeah, my real question is like how I don't want to write in this much stuff. I don't want to provide gears and ratios, I think. Forward input, right input, brake input, handbrake input. That would be nice. I was thinking about that. You can lock the rear wheels. Could I mean, I definitely can, I think. Take this and port it over to, oh, I get what tracked vehicle means. Like a train. Port it into Godot and use that. But I don't want to write, I mean, I guess I'm not writing anything, I'm just converting, porting. This is what's... The real problem is that they have different ways of calculating physics. So that part of porting is not going to be so simple. What are the vehicle settings? They're probably an engine, aren't they? I'm guessing engine doesn't have much. Yeah. Moment of inertia of the engine. This is what's weird to me. Why is the engine simulated like that? Can the engine fly out of the vehicle and... Oh, this is probably... Perhaps this is like resistance or something? I'm not fully knowledgeable about moments of inertia, but... I guess that was my thought. Differential ratio. Yeah, these are a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stuff. Left wheel, that represents the left wheel of the differential. -1 to indicate no wheel. Right wheel of the differential. Where is transmission? Yeah. What does it take to port? How bad is this gonna be? Because I wouldn't mind doing it. Just the unfortunate thing is I have to take all of it. I can't just take some of this. I have to take in the fact that I'm going to be including gear ratios and a transmission, essentially. Anti-roll bar. How does anti-roll work? A stiff spring. Oh, hey, look, they explain it right here. Anti-roll bar is a stiff spring that connects two wheels to reduce the amount of roll the vehicle makes in sharp corners. Okay. What is this vehicle constraint? Constraint that simulates a wheeled vehicle. Wheel settings, a controller. What? Defines a maximum pitch roll angle. Avoid the car from going upside down. Set to pi to turn off. So by default it is pi. Do we assign... I mean, it definitely should. Oh my god. Vehicle constraint. This is the whole thing? Yeah, this looks like the whole body. Why do they call it constraint? Is this a vehicle constraint? Vehicle controller settings. I believe I could find this in samples, tests, vehicle 6, what? Just vehicle test. What do they make? Where's the vehicle? Oh, I think this is just the environment. Yeah, I think that's just environment. Vehicle 6 degrees of freedom test. Do they explain what this means? For each wheel, 6 degree of freedom constraint. Is that what this means? The wheels are... What is vehicle constraint? Is this like a simpler version? Samples and Jolt physics. Jolt viewer can run on Linux now. Nice. I'm trying to look at what they make here. Vehicle constraint settings. Suspension. Wheels. Differential anti-roll. Vehicle constraint. Vehicle constraint gate controller. Vehicle settings were tweaked with a buggy implementation of the longitudinal tire impulses. This meant velocity steps times more impulse could be applied than intended to keep the behavior of the vehicle the same. Increase the longitudinal impulse by the same factor. In a future version, the vehicle will be retweaked. Okay. Has that been fixed? I don't like when I see that. Last year. Vehicle constraint bug fixes. I mean, this looks like all the setup that I would like. Oh, man. Free physics update is just would essentially be the same as physics process. Pass the input to a constraint controller. Controller is from forward, turning, brake, and handbrake. Okay, I mean that doesn't seem. Handbrake will cancel gas pedal. Interesting. Steering, 1, -1. Ah, I just pass in the input directly. I don't tell it an exact steer value. So what do these say? The left front steering, steer angle. Handbrake torque, right. Front wheels don't have handbrake. What is this flip X for? Ah, I get it. Differential, 4-wheel drive. Okay. Split engine torque. Differential 0 is 1. Wait, 0 is half. Oh, wait, I see. Equals in and an equals. Okay. So all this seems just like set up there. That's good to see. So this just means if I want to have this, which I think I might, I've got no problem with it. I will just be looking at vehicle constraint in implementing this. What was that actually? I think I saw something at the bottom. Combined friction. Okay. Nope. Wrong thing. What? Vehicle controller is just empty. Constraint. Just saving and loading resource, essentially. Constructing from the vehicle body. Destructing. Wheel local basis. Nothing there looks bad. Local transform. A matrix. It's just a transform matrix. I'm essentially looking for anything that says, that looks like it's calling into some physics server. Anything that's just doing math is not an issue. Okay, so on step, this is physics stuff. Pre-step callback, that's whatever. Gravity, whatever. Pre-collide on the controller. This I assume is just setting up input, so reading in input values. Is active. So often we need to update the wheels or assess between collisions. Collision test active. 1. Inactive. 1. Okay. Does not change. Collision. Get body lock. Try get body lock. That's nothing. Vehicle collision. Wait. On step. Steps between collisions. Contact body. So this is a wheel update. The body's still valid. Predict contact properties. Okay, so that's something I'll need to look at. Collision tester collide. I believe I remember what that method is for Godot. Vehicle collision tester. Vehicle collision tester. What is this? Set vehicle collision tester. Do collision tests with the world. Virtual. Are these are... Okay. Cast sphere. I believe I can do those. Convex radius fraction. Like, that's a weird way to write it. A cylinder, but you just have a radius fraction. Fraction of half the wheel width that is used as the convex radius. Okay, I get it. I get it. We already know the size of it, I'm sure, from the wheel. This just has some additional modifier on there. Okay. Realistically, this would take... To convert this would take... I would say at least 2 days, maybe 3. Optimistically. Realistically, 3 or 4 days. I need to look at this more, though. This collision tester is hopefully simple. Get out early fraction. Cast ray collector. Yeah, the only unfortunate thing is that just Jolt and Godot have very different ways of running their physics. It's more like structural. I mean, more like implementation, I guess. The structure is all the same, but things like this does not happen in Godot. Godot does not do anything like this. Nothing even close to this, actually. Where Jolt uses, like, essentially helpers to run certain physics stuff. Godot just has, like, a static function somewhere that's called. But this stuff, you know, like cast ray, you have your outputs, you have your settings, which is essentially your query, and then you have some filters put on top of that. Which is essentially just saying, don't collide with myself. Collision tester ray collide? Collision tester sphere collide. Cast sphere. Let me look at this. Because I remember when I wrote this, the first thing I did was I made a C thing, which required me to compile it, which kind of sucks. But then I essentially just implemented my own thing entirely. So if I'm going to port it, I'm going to try to do it to GDScript first. And then later on, when I feel like it's probably final, I would then make it official and make it C code. This is just a lot, though. All right. One sec. Okay. So what I think I'm going to do is just start trying to port this to GDScript. Yeah. The hard one's going to be the collision tester, and then just vehicle constraint, I guess. So I'll just start by going through all these. I think the simplest one to start with is probably going to be wheel. Suspension force point, where tire forces are applied in local space of the body. Good default is to center the wheel in its neutral pose. Yep. Actually, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back. I'm back. Am I sure that the wheel is kind of like a whatever it is? End point. Wheel doesn't go like, hey, engine, give me something, right? Oh wow, that's really simple. Lateral part, solve velocity constraint. Longitudinal part, solve velocity constraint. In constraint, get vehicle body. Contact body. It's nice that these are named with conventions, so I can actually say, okay, I know this is a member, that's a member. This is a parameter, that's a parameter. Yeah, this is essentially just data, and then it calls these. These things are weird. I need to make sure that this is not... Where does this come from? Contact lateral, contact longitudinal. That's what these are, right? Longitudinal part. Axis constraint part. Okay, so this is really where I would start. Constraints, axis constraint part. I need to see what this is. Constraint part. Axis constraint part. If this is just a single function, that's pretty good. It was solve something. I think it was just solve velocity constraint. Okay, apparently not. Oh, it is solve velocity constraint. Return templated what? Cool. In out body 1, in out body 2. Get motion type. Motion type. These would be... I think dynamic is... Yeah. I think dynamic. Template to solve velocity, dynamic, dynamic between these two. Inverse mass, inverse mass. Templated solve velocity constraint. Templated, well, I can't read these. Templated solve velocity constraint. Templated constraint get total lambda. S load flow through unsafe. Static versus static is nonsensical. Funny. Spring part. Softness. Okay, that's not so bad. This is a lot of stuff for just a multiply add. It's funny. All right, I will start with wheel, and when I get here, I'll get here. Okay? Because that's just math, very cryptic math because of how like buried everything is, but should be fine. Because it looks like it's essentially the same as how Godot handles this, where they have essentially the solve bilateral thing. Okay, here. I'm guessing this is precisely what this is all this stuff. Although it was never finished. As you can see, we do a whole bunch of crap here, and then we just overwrite all of it with nothing. Which I think is probably why it seems like I don't have any. I just slide and I have like no friction at all. And when I finally static friction takes over, I don't like, you know, jolt, I guess. I don't jitter or whatever it is. There's no sudden jerk of motion when the tires are finally slow enough that they regain traction. Yeah, I mean this, I've looked at this many times and it is a real mess. This really is a mess. There's a bunch of silly things that they do that are like half implemented. It works, and it's pretty good. But I immediately feel like the feeling of driving this is already really bad. And I'm getting to the point where I keep having to like dial up values past like probably realistic stuff, and I just end up with a truck on ice. Also, yeah, all these could literally be a single for loop. He said it. This guy left, a note here. Collapse loops into one. They definitely can be. And this is how old? "11 years ago. It's actually been written once and like barely changed. That's actually crazy. I didn't think it was that bad. Okay. Right. Here's the plan. I'm gonna write it myself. Okay. So vehicle. Just gonna create, I guess, a folder called base vehicle, right? I guess I just say base. So I'll just call this base as well. Base, vehicle base. Starting with the wheel. I think this one is just I don't know what type this is. I'll see. I think this is nothing, non-copyable. Yeah, it's literally just a resource. So, yeah, it is just a resource that stores a bunch of settings. Wheel settings. Wheel, I mean, I can combine these together. These are essentially the resource and code combined. Okay. Position attachment of the attachment point of wheel suspension. Can I... Frequency and damping. I was going to say, can I reuse this so I can still, like, you know, drag stuff in and put it in place? I guess I can. I guess I can base this off of wheel. Can I? Can I? I think maybe not, actually. I think probably not, unfortunately. Because of how this works. Because what I essentially get, or what I don't get, is this is called. This will call whatever I override, but then this is guaranteed to happen. This will happen. And I can't stop this from being called if I use vehicle body. I guess I could use vehicle wheel. Still, I just definitely can't extend vehicle body because, like I said, all that gets called. They even say if you want your own, you have to make it and extend rigid body yourself. For a bike would be negative suspension direction. Should point up. Right, I understand that. Because bikes typically have their front tire projected forward. Helps with balance. Landings too. As long as the suspension is in max raised position relative to the attachment point. Max raised position relative to the attachment. Max droop relative to the attachment. The natural length. Suspension max length plus preload length. Oh, the natural length is defined as the max length plus the preload length. Oh my gosh. Can be used to preload the suspension as the spring is compressed by preload length when the suspension is in max droop position. This means that the vehicle touches the ground. When the vehicle touches the ground, there is a discontinuity, so it will also make the vehicle more bouncy as we're updating the discrete time steps with discrete time steps. Okay. Enable suspension force point. If disabled, the forces are applied at the collision contact point. If disabled. This leads to a more accurate simulation when interacting with dynamic objects, but makes the vehicle less stable. Setting is true, all forces are applied to a fixed point on the vehicle body. I'm guessing this. In local space of the body. Yeah. Okay. This will be resource. right? So I've got... And then we'll of course also leave the comments. And I should leave it like a default comment here. Wheel. Let me just make sure that I'm on... I guess master is always good. This stuff is old too, so... Direction of suspension, essentially like pointing down, I guess. Yeah, it should point down. Down is 0, -1, 0. Good. I'm going to update the task text here. And you know what? Title as well. No level blocking today. I thought this would be quick. It's not going to be very quick. I mean, I really thought I was just going to start today and like tune some of the values and get the camera working, and then that was it. Yeah, the sliding... Yeah. Sliding is not good. I was also annoyed by the fact that I can't give, like, you know, a top speed. Which, I mean, I guess I'm still technically not. I'm just doing gear ratios. But, you know, it'll be better. And it's already written for me. I just have to port it. This looks like it points right. Oh, no, it points up. My bad. Let's just call this like up and forward. Is this the same thing? Forward, I think, is -1 here. Yeah. So, yeah, I want to do model front. I'm just going to match it exactly. And I should get the same results if I also build it correctly, the same way. I will be right back. Gotta take the dog out. I'm back. Okay. How long the suspension is in max raised position relative to the attachment point. I feel like I want to rename this immediately, but from min and max, because it seems strange, but I'll leave it. Um, how far up the suspension can raise relative to the attachment point. Yeah, at least that's a better description, I think. This is a long description for that one. At the spring settings. Does Godot give me anything like that? Just type in spring. say spring here, but then they just have this spring joint 2D. Nothing. Joint axis parameter. Motor. I guess I see if 6 degree of freedom joint axis flag is something. Generic returns the value of a joint. Guess I look if I can make one of these, but it just looks like that is so many things actually. Joint create. Joint make spring. The body's attached to the joint 3D. Oh. Joint 3D. A slider? I'm guessing this isn't the same kind of thing. What does it link to truck town? I guess that is where they use it. But how do you set any information about this? How do you do anything with this? And there's no... Oh, there's a spring here. Linear spring. I do know that almost none of these are implemented for Jolt, so I'm gonna avoid trying to use this at all, because because I'm pretty sure none of those are actually implemented. So I'm pretty sure this is what's used for setting up ragdolls. I think these are exactly the same thing. Even though I don't like create one of these. One of these is like created as a resource or something underneath it. And anytime I change pretty much most of these settings actually, besides just setting the limits, or the limit length, or whatever it is, like the angular limit value or something, upper angle and lower angle or whatever it is. Anytime I change anything else, it says, oh, this is not implemented in Jolt, you can't do this. Which I mean, it is implemented in Jolt, it's not implemented in their implementation of Jolt. They just haven't done it yet. So okay. I was wondering for a second if I could use one of those. I cannot. I will have to write my own spring stuff entirely. So I know that this is guaranteed to be frequency and damping. I guess I don't know. It'll be its own spring, I suppose. Spring settings. Yeah, I have to go look at this. Where does this come from? If mode is suspension and or frequency and damping. Okay. Where does this come from? Spring settings. Frequency, stiffness, damping. Constructor. A mode, stiffness. Oh. Does Union just make these two take up the same space but share the same name? Take up the same space and share the same name? Is that what union means? Union means? Okay, so I kind of have to make this, I guess. Spring. Okay. Enum, I want to set it like that? Okay. Okay. Mode is by default frequency and damping. Frequency, stiffness, I assume these are just the same thing, because it does check has stiffness and just calls frequency greater than 0. When it's frequency and damping, damping is the damping ratio. Is the damping in the spring equation. That for linear or that for angular? Frequency is greater than 0. Constraint will be soft, and frequency specifies the oscillation. If it's less than or equal to 0, damping is ignored. The constraint will have hard limits. Stiffness, constraint will be soft. Stiffness specifies the stiffness. Okay. Ignored. Stiffness values are large numbers. To calculate a ballpark value for the needed stiffness, you can use what is that? What is this supposed to mean? Force is equal to stiffness times delta spring length, which is equal to mass, gravity, or which is equivalent to stiffness is equal to mass times, like, what is all that? What does that mean? Stiffness can be computed as mass times gravity times the delta spring length, or over the delta spring length. So if your object weighs 1,500 kilograms and the spring compresses by 2 meters, you need a stiffness in the order of mass times that acceleration over the spring length, the change in the spring length. Okay. But they do frequency and damping. Okay. Zero. I guess I can make these different and have them read from different stuff. So if I were to do this, I have to set up some parameter thing. Okay, I'll just set this up, I guess. This is a little dumb. Prop. West. Misspelled it. Or the way they probably this and have get customized with set, get, and methods. Okay. Right, okay. I get it. Name, type, hint, hint string. Okay. Not like that. Enum. It's actually int, yeah. Hint is an enum hint. Okay, stop with trying to make me add damping to this. That is so dumb. Zero and one. So it'll be 0. So it'll be 1. Right. I'll just say if mode is equal to... Is it just like the name that I set? I think it is just kind of the name. Uh, what is it like? If I don't know how to do this. How they do this. Hint string. Do I do hint and then? Oh, I think I just say like, actually, I don't know. I think I just leave it like that. Name will be equal to frequency. I think less than or equal to 0 is ignored. Is that correct? Temping is ignored. Yeah. What else can I set here? Okay. This doesn't help. I was hoping to like add documentation for this, but I guess you cannot. That's dumb. Oscillation in hertz. .30 is probably a fine value. I think, okay, wait, actually, it might be a case where I can just do this. This is what I want to do. This is actually what I want to do. I can just turn off the usage so it doesn't show up. Or I could change his name. Can I change his name? I don't think I can, actually. Because this allows me to still have, like, the description there. So I'm going to do that. I'm actually going to do this. Instead of this, I'm going to do validate property. So if what do I do? I think it's like, yeah, I think it is usage. Usage. I think no editor. Default usage without showing the property in the editor. Storage. Yeah, just storage. I guess no editor is fine. What's that? Wait, what? Store if null. The property value of type object will be stored even if its value is null. Okay. Or sorry, no editor. That's what I meant to do. And this one is in Newton meters, is that right? Yeah. If I were to do Newton millimeters, this value would go down. Or does it go up? No, it actually goes up. Or sorry, newtons per millimeter, the value would go down. And then this is documentation that I would really like to keep. Hit the wrong button. Whoops. It's back. This is not an angular spring. This is a linear spring. And I will do this the same way that they have it, where they do Newton millimeters. So divide this value by 1,000. And I just have to multiply this value by 1,000 whenever I use it. So hopefully I can make sure I remember to do that. Okay. I'll leave this note here, although I'm not even sure if it's accurate in this case. And just to track this, stiffness meters. So we actually track it through this value. So even when I get it, I get this value. No, that's not true. That's actually bad. That's not good. Actually, no, that's fine. That is fine. So whenever I set it, I'm always setting it here. Whenever I retrieve it, I get it from here and set it and multiply this out. I'm just trying to make sure this isn't like doing some bad, like recursive thing. If I do like a times equals, I retrieve this value in Newton millimeters. That's where it's bad. Well, I guess not, because I would retrieve, what is this? Yeah, I think this is bad. I keep this as the exported value, and then I use this when I'm doing math with it. Right, that's all good. I do have this, but I'm not going to add that until I'm sure that I have it. Until I'm sure that I need to use it. And even then it's inline, so I would just check it directly. I wouldn't call the method. So I have a spring here. I guess I need to make it an it function. Frequency of stiffness and then damping. Yeah, and then I will ignore that shadowed variable name. Okay, and now I can really. Okay. I didn't even notice this until just now, but they do have their own width for wheels, which is really nice. Instead of just being like virtual planes. Okay, I'm gonna organize some of this. And then these are some special things, so do a group. And since I've already got it, I will do this one as well. Well, I say I've already got it. I've already kind of did it here, but I'll do it again. Just like default. Yeah, just that. Hide it and show it when we set that value. I'll say like up local and forward local, so these are clear. Okay. Essentially converted. Then I have these things, these contact stuff. ID of the body for the ground. How does Godot do this? Essentially, this is just ray casting. Yeah, it just does a ray cast, and then whatever it's touching is all the stuff, right? So I could store this just as a dictionary in the same way that Godot does it. all this in. What is it? I guess it would just be contact in a dictionary. Because I believe raycasts give me all of that information. Gives me the shape, the collider, an object ID, a normal, a position. I do not get velocity though. Would be shape query parameters. Why am I in 2D? I'm sure that what it's probably going to do is it asks for the velocity of the world velocity of the shape it has collided with, which is why I get the shape index, and then I would do get rest info using this, which would give me checks the intersections of a shape. What does it do? Somehow I'd be able to get some value from this. Guess I would do like body get. Yeah, probably body get direct state, I think. Body get state, body state. And then I would be able to say, yeah, get velocity at local position. Is what I'll be able to say there. I'm assuming that's where this is going to go. That's the point of this contact point velocity. So if in theory my ground is like a moving object, I guess like a rigid body, if I'm driving over, you know, a corpse, the wheels would interact with that appropriately, because as they would push and slide the body back. I'm guessing that's where this is going to go. I'll just store them individually, I guess. Why is that highlighting? I don't know. Is this, get shape? What do I do with shapes? Hey, Sinistrikes. What do you do with shapes? Very little. Yeah, very little. It's definitely more for just retrieving. I'm sure just these values. Mostly just the point velocity and contact normal. Not the contact normal, but the point velocity. Longitudinal. Vector perpendicular to normal in the forward direction. Okay. Did I spell that right? Yes. Real. Constant for the contact plane of the axle. Contact normal. Real. What is real? What is this? real.h. Okay, good. Just means double. Float. Define as contact normal. What's this? World space suspension point plus suspension length times the world space suspension direction. Honestly, I don't know what any of that means because those are not real values anywhere, so. Contact normal is the closest thing, but everything else is just... I mean, I don't know, maybe they are. I guess, I don't know. This is a float. This is definitely describing a vector. But okay. Can I export this value? Well, it wouldn't be an export, I guess. Internal vars. Yeah, these are actually going to be up here like public stuff. Angular velocity as a float? I mean, I guess it is. Velocity is weird though, saying it's a float. I want to call this speed. Velocity is not correct. Radian 0 to 2 pi. Yep. Today was tough. How was your day? Sorry, I missed that message. Good so far. Nothing bad's happened. Now these are axis constraint parts. So I'll just name them so, and then write it in. But I mean, my day's still early, so... I'm sorry to hear that yours was tough. Okay, that's all that put in. Jeez. Wheel's just gonna... The wheel alone is gonna take me hours. It's okay. I mean, hopefully it's not anything, you know... I mean, if you say it's okay, I'm assuming it's not anything too terrible. Just a rough day. This is something interesting. Suspension lambda. Although, not really, it's just multiplying these together. Tell me how to do my job while the project is failing because of him. Yeah. I had several work experiences, similar work experiences. So these two, vehicle constraint and constraint. How do I do this? I just make them the same thing. I can't really, I mean, I guess I can do references if I just pass an object. It would take an in constraint, which would just be... I guess it would actually just be vehicle, right? This is the same thing. And it returns a bool. I guess return false or something. Probably find default. And then keep the documentation the same. Yeah, cool. And then vehicle body's gotta be extend rigid body. It is now a rigid body. BRB. Okay. But I have to get lunch. I have suddenly gotten hungry. So that's all that. But I believe this is really bare bones in terms of implementation. It just calls longitudinal part and it passes. It just does longitudinal. Solve velocity constraint. Okay. Oh, now I gotta make this axis constraint part thing. Is this a resource? I think this is not a resource. I think this is just a body. Or an object. Like a nothing. Do I have axis constraint part? Do not. Yeah, some big stuff. I'm going to get food. I will be back in a few minutes. I'm very hungry. This lunch break thing is moving up again. What, like... I feel like Be Back Soon is also moving up. What is wrong with this stuff, man? What is going on? These things are slowly moving up further and further. I don't get it. I'm literally just loading the same thing every time and it's moving up. Why? Just move it down until it's centered, I guess. Because it's supposed to be centered. And it's not like I'm like clicking these and dragging them. I lock the transforms, so they're set. The transforms are set. I mean, I guess I'm just glad that literally nothing else does this. It is only those two things, but those are just the weirdest things to be progressively moving. Do they move as part of the animation? Does the animation move them? Like, is this slowly moving up? No, I mean, like, it's locked. It can't move. Does, like, hiding and doing this move it up slowly? No. Okay. I'll be right back. I am back. We got lunch and I'm gonna eat. Alright, back. Right, so velocity constraint, body 1, body 2. Is that what this calls? Solve velocity constraint, vehicle and contact body. This does seem a bit weird, I think. Longitudinal part. Solve. Okay, this is... I guess this is where it gets back to this being the actual vehicle. So this essentially takes two physics bodies and would apply impulses to both of them, essentially. That's my thought, at least. So this essentially checks motion type 1 is the body motion type. So this is either rigid body or static body, I believe. I think those are the only options. Let me duplicate this because I'm going to start needing... I'm going to start needing tabs open here to read through this stuff. So yeah, we have rigid body and static body. I also have physical bone 3D, which is rigid body. Yeah, unfortunately I have to consider that separately. And then I guess I get character body. But these don't have any kind of like general thing that's like on collision or something. I guess there is kinematic collision. No. 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 Would I just do... Okay, let's look at physics server. Body get mode, body mode. So yeah, we only have... Also for linear. So I only get static, kinematic, and rigid. And this is dynamic, I believe. Kinematic is dynamic. And it calls these templated versions. I know which one our body is. Our body is always going to be kinematic. So we'd call kinematic dynamic? Sorry. Dynamic is rigid. Ours is always going to be dynamic. The opposite could be static, kinematic, or dynamic. Right? So this would just call... Yeah, inverse mass of the other would be 0. Min lambda, max lambda. Which is just impulse. So I need motion properties. The equivalent motion properties are... I guess I gotta look that up and see what these are. So let me go and axis constraint part. Here's what I'm looking for. Okay. Oh, man. Spring part. This doesn't actually use that, I think. Okay, I need to go to wheel to see what wheel actually uses for this. Do I go back to H? Yes. Suspension part. Nothing happens there. Okay. You have to look at vehicle constraint. Essentially, I think it's like, I forgot what the first half of that sentence was already, but when the vehicle constructs, I believe it creates these and puts them on the wheels. I think. Calculate constraint properties with stiffness and damping. Calculate constraint properties. I'm guessing these set up velocity constraint. Okay. These are all axis constraints. Calculate constraint properties, effective mass. So I need effective mass. And then the spring part. Okay. Do we pass in a bias? Where did we go? I pass in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parameters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parameters with a bias of 0. I mean, I think I actually do need it because I do have the with stiffness and damping. So this does do spring part. And then I'm guessing somewhere on suspension part it's gonna call solve. Yeah. Okay, why is just axis not showing up now? That is the only thing I want to see, is the only one that's not showing up. Thanks. Templated somewhere. Templated. Solid velocity constraint. Template solid velocity constraint to get total lambda. Does anything with spring here? It does. Spring part get bias. Okay. That's really simple. That's just a multiply, I think. Apply lambda. Apply lambda. Apply velocity step. Apply velocity step. Which I'm pretty sure is just calling like apply impulse or something. Apply velocity step. Motion properties. Sublinear velocity step. Oh yeah, subtract linear velocity, subtract angular velocity. Add linear velocity, add angular velocity. Yeah. Direction. Impulse. M inverse I1 Ri plus U x-axis. Jeez, what is that? That is an insane variable name. That is just crazy. A vector 3. So I do need all this. All of this. Crazy variable names, though. I'm just going to keep the same names because there's no way I'm going to be able to change these to anything else and know what I'm changing it to or know what this means. These ways I can change though. I guess you could change these to like underscores. Okay, so spring part. I believe spring part was actually really simple, maybe. Yeah, spring is pretty simple. It's just this get bias function, which is softness times that plus bias. Calculate spring properties helper. This is so much. So much stuff. Okay. Do I need to add these? I actually think I do, don't I? It does say MIT. I mean, it's already got. I mean, I say that it's from Jolt, so. Close enough, I think. Okay, I'm just gonna start by copying all this. It's a pretty simple way to go about it. Although these should actually be resources, now that I think about it. Because they should be, they will be like saved, you know, and loaded. And then, yeah, I will do this. I don't need any of the comments. Guess I'll just leave these. Just for descriptive value. In case I need to look at this again and be like, what was that? square omega. I'm just guessing that's from... So wait, square. That's got to be like a macro, right? I think it just showed up. Okay, yeah, that's all it was. Not even a macro. It's really like halfway down these parameters, they go from spaces to a single tab. Oh, and this one's back to a space. Weird. One over inverse. Okay, I'm going to change the order of this, but I'm sure that's fine. I guess I could do this. It's probably better. Get it closer to the proper order of how things are, but whatever. What was this, a float? Yeah. Yeah, float. What's wrong with this? Not all code paths return a value. Ah. What? What is this? That's weird. Yeah, this doesn't read effective mass. Why is it written that way? It's really weird. Yeah, it's like here it does it. Oh, it does do k equals out effective. Never mind. That's correct. It just looked a little weird. It's all correct. Alright, spring part done. Now back to axis constraint part. I'm gonna copy whatever stuff is up here. I mean, really I should copy this whole thing, shouldn't I? I mean, why not? I feel like all this should just be like a standard header that I put everywhere. Where is spring part? Change it to this one. Okay. I have all the variables already. Yeah, just realized total lambda should be exported, right? This is saved. Is it like usage storage? I guess I just say no editor. So I do need to go look at spring part, or back to this one. What does this save? This probably doesn't save anything. Yeah, it doesn't actually save anything. But this one does save its total lambda, which I am assuming is its compression, probably. Okay. So this one does I think we just call solve. I mean, I can look. Um, it comes from. Does vehicle constraint? It does do. What is it? I'll just look for a part. Calculate constraint properties. And deactivate constraint properties. Warm start. Solve velocity. Solve position constraint. Okay, so I need that. Calculate constraint properties and solve position constraint. You know what I'll do? I'll leave it for now. Just empty. And everywhere that I use this, I'll just start defining the methods I need as I find that I need them. So this will be a solve velocity constraint, so I can immediately know that I'm going to do this one. So I need solve velocity constraint. Returns a boolean. Whoop. Okay, and I know these will be physics body 3D. It's not how we do variables or types. I wish it was. It is not. Okay, so I'm going to start porting these. I will leave the original line above them whenever I change the line. Just so I know if I ever come back here. If I'm worried that something seems to be broken, I can come back and I can quickly find any lines that I changed. Those essentially just be the comments. And I'll say, oh yeah, I typoed this, or I used a minus sign when I wasn't supposed to. Or I did a plus sign instead of a multiply sign, something like that. So motion type 1 will be essentially body mode. What is it? Physics server? Yeah, physics server 3D. What does physics body give me? Kinda nothing. I should be able to do like get RID and then, or get body RID, something like that. Yeah, it should be body mode. Body get mode. You have to like hit save to fix this tab stuff. What? That was weird. That was weird. Okay, I don't know what like happened there, but that was all really weird. So motion properties, let me go see what motion properties looks like. That should be able to help me get an idea for what I'm supposed to be pulling here. Angular, linear, inverse mass, scale to mass. Cache lines, that's funny. So really, I think I'm just passing the, I mean, it's not like body. What is it? It would be physics direct body state. That looks like everything here that I would want. Set constant torque. This is one thing that I believe it's probably going to ask. Torque. Get accumulated torque. Is there a get torque? There's a set torque. Add, apply torque. Get torque. There we go. It's got to be this physics direct body state, I think. Yeah. This looks pretty close. So it's got to be this one. Step. What is step? The time step used for the simulation. Okay. Physics direct body state. Get direct body state. Good. Okay. And just essentially that. They do this dispatch thing. It's definitely for like a speed up because it's all inlined, I think. Templated solve velocity. Yeah, so we essentially just run this. We do this get, and then we apply. So yeah, I'm just going to pass in type 1 and type 2 as parameters to a function here. And I'll write them out as functions because it's... yeah. May as well. And these should actually all be static, right? Are they static? I'm actually not sure. Okay, so this returns a float. And I think when they say const, that probably implies I can use static. No, because they do this stuff. So, theory I could, but I wish I could do like a name. So I have to write out like this stuff. Expected parameter name. So these are physics. Direct body state. Vector 3. And I'll just say if type 1 is not if neither one of them is static. Okay. I'm gonna make these constants because this is really dumb. This is really dumb stuff. Oh, I hate this. It is kinematic, okay. Rigid. This would be dynamic. Dot with, here, let me make that a comment. Dot linear velocity minus this one linear velocity. Hey, Dallin. What's up? All right, LF. The running protocol is to be paused. Good. Okay. Spec 3 load unsafe. Just be able to write that. Well, again. Just that. Not barking. Spring part get, yeah, that's good. Cool. Templated version. This one returns a Boolean. Motion properties, just this. With inverse mass in between, of course. Okay. And I'll do return apply velocity steps. Gotta get that one. Returns a Boolean. Does this use total lambda? Nope. It can be static. Awesome. Also, oh yeah, there it is. There's type. Okay. I was gonna say, I don't see type there. It uses this one. In fact, it uses this whole thing. Flying impulse if delta is not 0. If type 1 is equal to dynamic. Okay. So I have to do dot, what is it? Add. If I take linear velocity, I think I can just do this, right? Let me go and look at, I think it's actually just impulse, right? Because it just takes inverse mass, lambda, inverse mass. So impulse would just be sublinear velocity step. Let me just look at that function, make sure it is what I think it is, because I'm sure it's just taking linear velocity and subtracting this value. Sublinear velocity step. Of course, it's weirdly inlined. Linear velocity equals lock transaction linear velocity minus the in. And then assert not nan. Okay. That is really simple. Now, the only thing I'm concerned with is if I can change it like this. Can I just change this? For its direct access, intended for changing the direct state of that body. It is intended. Passed via the direct state callback of rigid body 3D. So they allow me to just modify this. Yeah, I think apply impulse is just a simple way of modifying linear velocity, and it also applies angular velocity. So I wonder if I can just call apply impulse, actually. Let's get another one of these going. Rigid body. This one. Huge. This branch, please. I'm just blind. Apply impulse. Oh. I think I know what happens here. Also, that's not even the right... What? Physics direct space state 3D. Oh. Really? I'm pretty sure it literally just calls into Jolt. Right? That's where it ends up. Server? Server here? Physics? Looking for... Is my internet dying? I'm still sending... Still sending. Still streaming. Okay, weird. Servers. Nope. It is... third party. It's definitely actually in servers. Never mind. Okay, it's not. Wait, dude, where is the Jolt stuff? Hey, Sinna. Strikes. Jolt physics. Oh my gosh, there it is. It's getting worried. So in here, is it just written all out here? I think it's strange. Strikes. It's a name. I don't know. For some reason, I really want to just call you Cinna, though. I think apply impulse should be listed somewhere here. Body apply impulse. The body is a Jolt body 3D. Objects. Not that one. Probably not that one. It does add impulse. Okay. Body is what? Friends call me C. I have many names. God, Carl. Alright. Where... Why is there a body under... How many bodies, man? How many nested bodies do we need? Where is it? It's not here. Jolt. I am on object. How did I... click that? Body is what? Jolt shaped object 3D. Was it actually in body and or object? Wow, it was. Okay. Add impulse. It was add impulse. I don't understand. I just wanted to see if I could skip this. If I could skip some of these lines. Whatever. 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 Because I was thinking up here when it calls, when I do this sub angular and sub linear, I would just do apply impulse and it would be into C++ land even faster, but I guess not. Because it just takes the inverse mass times the lambda times the world space. So this is literally just, I would literally just do world space times lambda and it would do all this for me. Never mind though. Never mind. Oh, should be in lambda. Right? Subangular velocity step. Let me look at that one again. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Step doesn't actually mean anything. It just means like it's gonna assure that we're not crushing things. mean, this is kind of one of those things to have around there. Alright. That's that. Now, I would do return, apply, type 1, type 2, and all that. Returns a Boolean. Okay, motion parameters min max. I can kind of just copy these. Then that, and this. Clamp impulse. And return okay. Slowly getting there. So I would just call the method with these as values. Dynamic kinematic, dynamic static, kinematic dynamic. This is, I don't really need to do any of this. I could just do templated, cell velocity constraint. Is it called type? And then motion properties 1. Motion properties get inverse mass. World space, min, max, lambda. I guess I could use, like, keep it. I'll do this. Did block after pattern matching block. Right. When? Is it default? I don't understand. GDScript has such a weird switch statement format. It's really weird. I have yet to be able to remember it. Pattern win, pattern guard. Okay. How do you get defaults? Change default to single underscore. Okay. He kind of just kept the same thing. He just kept the same thing. Underscore. I gotta tap this in one more. What's wrong here? Not declared in the current scope. Oh, this cannot be static. Duh. And it would be underscore I think. Yeah. Lowercase dot. Underscore R. Total lambda. Total lambda. Right. What's the warning? Shadowed variable. Yeah, that would do it. So let me go look at this templated cell velocity constraint. Make sure that does not say that. They do use total underscore lambda. And they pass total underscore lambda. Okay. That is spooky though. That makes me a little worried about changing names, so I should really probably not do that. Yeah, I should not do that anymore. Okay. Okay. Hopefully that one is done and okay. I should probably close world. I don't need any of these scenes open. Alright, back to wheel. That was just to get solve velocity constraint to work. Okay. I am just gonna go ahead and commit this. This is probably gonna be a big one. Yeah. I will quickly review. I don't want to spend too much time reviewing this. Yeah, good. These are good. I like this. Exactly what I wanted it to do. Just add some lines in between and then leave everything else unchanged. A first person camera. Okay, yeah, good again. This just adds function lines there. Aim, target, reduce rate. Right, I remember that. I remember that. Input. Modified that. Input stuff. Had a wrong key there. Environment trying to sneak in there. I caught you. Environment, get out of here. It was so annoying. I never... I don't get it. Good thing I checked. I was very close to just sending it and not thinking about it. Okay, loads of code. Cool. Quick check again, which I'm not going to commit anything that I don't want to. All right. And it does track that, well, it doesn't actually track that. It tracks that one being renamed, but not the actual one being renamed. Okay. Saved. Alright. Continuing on. Wheel is done. Wheel's done. So the next thing after wheel would probably be these ones. I'm gonna guess are. I thought wheel would be the easiest. Wheel was probably the hardest one out of them all, honestly. And it's gonna get more difficult once I reach constraint. But I guess I will just do, I don't know, alphabetical here. Differential next. I'll do differential. Yeah, I was thinking this would pretty much just be data. Well, okay, it does have one function. Calculate torque ratio. We're just gonna copy that whole file. What is it? Vehicle differential. This would be a resource. Does it need to be? It does save and restore something, so. And then I will just copy this. Did the years change? 2021. No. It's the same. It should probably actually be settings, right? This needs to return a vector 2 of an out left and an out right torque fraction. I guess I could actually just do... no. Godot does not have tuples. Unfortunately, I didn't think to copy-paste that one from Python. So yeah, I'm going to refrain from changing the names of these, although I would like to. Just in case they do something where they do like right underscore wheel. And that messes with something else. And I have a bug that I practically can't track down. Open differential value should be greater than 1. Set to float max for an open... What do I do, like set to infinite? Inf for an open differential? I don't know what that means. I guess it just means like how much the wheels are allowed to rotate separately. Okay. Everything is exported. Okay. Left, right, differential, split, slip, torque. Everything is saved, apparently. Why? Okay. I'll just do it. Then copy this whole thing. What did I just do? I was like double clicked and then hit. Weird. You can write like that? I didn't know that. Should I be saving the lines here? These are all pretty similar. I don't think I really need to. These functions are like literally the same thing too. max F, ABS F, because I know these are floats. Yeah, these don't contain function calls, so I don't think I think it's super important that I keep the original lines. The only thing I definitely need to be aware of is anytime I have floats and integers being divided or multiplied. Which I guess in that case I can just look at the warnings and it will tell me. Okay, well differential was super easy. One sec. Right, cool. Differential is in. Engine is next, which is probably going to have the highest amount of stuff, short of the actual final vehicle implementation. So I'm just going to copy it all. Did I get... I did get that in. Good. This is vehicle engine settings. Get rid of all of this. Yes, these will just be exported values, although current RPM is min RPM. Debug render convert RPM to angle? RPM to an angle in radians. So these will all be exports, linear curve, normalized torque, curve that describes a ratio. This is not good. A ratio of the max torque the engine can produce. 0 is 0, 1 is max torque. The fraction of the RPM of the engine, 0 to 1. Linear curve? They just call like sample or sample value on the curve, get value. Huh. Weird, I think. MXMY, add point. This is, what's the equivalent in Godot? Is it just curve? Mathematical curve. It ranges between 0 and 1, but these ranges can be changed. Right. Why is there not a signal for when you add a point? Or maybe it's not necessary. Okay, so I guess I just accept a curve input, right? It looks like it's pretty much the same thing. Of torque, Newton meters, the engine can deliver. So I will range. I don't know, what did I start at? 500? So I guess I'll say 1,000. Torque. Yeah. So 0 to 4,000, I guess. An export of a curve. Moment of inertia, kilogram newtons. No, wait. Kilogram, wait. No, yeah, what is that unit? That's a weird unit. I have no idea what this range should be, so I'm not going to try to guess a value. You know, leave that. Don't need that. Should I call these settings? I'll just call these vehicle engine. So this has current RPM. Well, I don't think this works. I'll do ready, or I guess init then. Static, float, this value. Don't need that. Just gonna make those commented out, I think. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them. Anytime I see this inline, I'm just gonna comment it out and manually write it whenever I need it. Because it's kind of silly. I don't get the benefit of inline stuff unless I actually write it inline. I don't need this. Angular velocity. Sure. This one seems actually useful, maybe. Get torque, definitely. Takes a parameter, so it's probably needed. Normalized torque, get value. What is that? Normalized torque? Curve. It's sample baked, I guess. Apply torque, apply damage. I will be right back. Gotta take the dog out. Okay. Okay. So now I need the code for this one. So the only exported values here are oh, interesting. I just noticed this. The default is to use a curve that is can I make a curve that's can I initialize it with some values? Seems like no. So essentially when you create engine settings, 0.8 normalized torque, 0.6, 1, and 1.8. Vehicle engine settings is only max torque, min RPM, and max RPM. What is it? Oh, normalized torque save. Oh, and normalized torque is there. All right. Max torque, min RPM, max RPM, and the curve are exports. So these are not exported. Oh, but I'm sure current RPM is exported. Min max RPM and torque. Can I have it default like this? Like if I do no, because it's an export, I would like it to be curve is a resource, right? It is. I guess I could say when we retrieve it, if the default is if I don't have it, then I would say m curve new left tangent right what? Was it 667? 66? At 0, it's 0.8. It's 1, and then it's 0.8. Okay, that's how they do it. Instead of 0.6, it's 1, and then at 1, it's 0.8 again. Zero 0.866118. Cool. Okay. So it just creates like a default value when it first calls get. It'll do that. Okay. Current RPM is also an export, right? That's what it is. Current RPM, definitely an export. I can hide it, I guess. No editor. Good. Right, and then apply torque would be this, and then we call clamp. So why did it look like there's... Oh, draw. Draw was the other function. So clamp RPM just does between min and max. Right. Clamp value min max. Yeah. And no, I'll leave them on separate lines. I was gonna combine them, but don't need to. Don't need to do that. Okay, vehicle engine done. Now, vehicle transmission. Manual transmission. Yeah. Okay. Now, will I have manual transmission? I don't know. I could add it. It seems like it wouldn't be very hard, since it's supported. Right. Don't need this stuff. Yep. All this stuff, pretty much. Just needs to be... I will actually do a packed float 32 array. Just right between engine and gearbox. First dominus, first gear. Right. Reverse gear ratios. Reverse gear ratio? I wanted to wait after releasing the clutch before another switch is attempted. Those values seem kind of long to me, I think. Although I guess, switch latency is fine because I don't know how... You'd have to have a really fast accelerating car, I think, to be shifting a gear every half second. I guess, yeah, if you had a really fast car, then an automatic transmission probably would shift up really quick. Within a half second. Oh man. Set. Fuel transmission set. Set input from driver regarding the transmission, only relevant when transmission is set to manual. Ah, okay. How much friction the clutch gives. Really? Is it possible to not? I thought that would fully pull off. I guess it doesn't. Shows what I know about cars. Transmissions. There it is. That's what I thought. Why does this take in? Never mind. Weird. Why is collect friction not listed there? Did I not copy that? Or maybe I just like deleted the line? Weird. Not sure how I did that. Turns an integer, get current gear. I mean, I don't need that. Get clutch friction, I don't need that. Switching, sure. So I just have 2 functions to do, and then the transmission's done. I feel like there's something like flying around and landing on my head. I just kept getting this feeling of like something brushing my forehead. Okay, so when I save the mode, that's all settings. That's fine. I want to look at this one. Current gear. Is that everything? 5 variables. 5 variables. Right. So just do none or hint none. And then or just no editor. Time left, time left, time left. So yeah. Get current ratio. is this? Gear current gear is negative. Could be reverse gear ratios -1. Right. Okay. It's all good. Now update. They do a very silly thing where they do a whole tabbed in function. But I will leave it reluctantly. I think something is. I feel like I've suddenly been bit now. Weird. I may have just been attacked by a mosquito. What's the problem here? Used tab character, right. What's wrong here? Expected it right. These do not exist, unfortunately. But I will keep this. Because it is possible I get that. Your switch latency time left is 0. What's wrong with this? Expected. That's a weird cast. Why are you casting an integer to an integer? Because I'm sure gear ratio size returns an integer in C++. Don't know why they do that there. Current gear is less than max gear. They only support one reverse gear. Why even have it as an array? There's only one reverse gear. Because that's what this means. Also shift down reverse? Weird. I'm not exactly sure what this code is. It looks a little bit weird to me. And I should keep this line as it was. But Is that it? And I will say if we are not equal auto, return, and table this out one. Okay. Is it all of it? Oh, this is, right, I see. We're a neutral, or our forward input times forward input is opposite to right, when the same would be positive, when they are different signs, they would be negative. Okay, I get it. Weird way to do it though. Interesting way. Also, I get this one now. This is or we can auto shift, I guess. We would shift up, making sure we don't go over our size. What? Current gear is greater than the negative reverse size. Yeah. This is shifting down. I'm not sure it all is correct, but it just looked a bit weird to me. I'm applying input so I can... I'm applying inputs so I can shift down. Current gear is less than max gear. I think I get it, right? You can shift down to reverse if you are applying negative input. You can, otherwise if you're not applying input, you can shift down to neutral. That's what this means. Shift down forward. Oh, if we're in reverse and we're applying input, we're applying forward input. Oh, we're shifting it down, but we're in reverse, which means we're actually going up. Our RPM is dropping. Yeah, I get it. So this is like if we have an analog input, and our analog input is not enough to shift this. It's shifting us down, but we're still applying input. Then, yeah. You still doing that? No, I don't. I'm gonna pass on that. If we have changed gear, start timers, all that stuff, timer management, and such. Okay. Before I do the final one, or before I go on to, yeah, I guess the last one is the vehicle thing itself. I'll go ahead and commit this. This is quite a lot of files to add. Not a lot of files, but big files. I won't be able to see if I've made any mistakes here, honestly. So, I mean, just here, looks good. Okay. So I believe now the last thing, never mind. I still have anti-roll bar. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a little snack. I'm back. Okay. Anti-roll bar. Actually awesome. That is literally nothing. Why does it even have this? They could have just wrote it. This is literally just data. Okay. I will actually leave this. Or I should have been leaving that for the other ones too. But oh well. Yeah, so it's literally just these stored as a resource. Was that 1,000? 10,000? Cool. And I will do I don't know. Okay. Sucks I already committed that other one. Vehicle serialization bug fixes. What is that? Actually, I'm kind of interested. What is this? Motorcycle. Tracked vehicle. Vehicle constraint. Assert false. Wait, what? Two weeks ago? Really? Weird. Two weeks ago. Interesting. Why is Take Me Back not... What is going on? This just like bugged out or something. So I just have a wheeled vehicle controller. Wheel settings, wheel the vehicle. Oh wow, wait. Velocity difference. How much torque the brakes can apply to this wheel? How much torque the handbrake can apply to this wheel? Damn. I still got more to do, I guess. I thought I would just be going to vehicle controller, but I will need wheeled vehicle controller. What is motorcycle control? What does this do? It's a wheeled vehicle controller. Ah, leaning. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. So vehicle controller or vehicle constraint contains a controller, right? An array of wheel settings, an array of roll bars. How do you set the controller? Ah, virtual. No, wait. Never mind. Override. How? Why is this weird? How do you set the controller? You construct it with... Oh, does constraint settings include the controller? It does. Okay. My bad. Right. Yeah, I get it. So... Whoa, what is this? That is a lot. A. Dynamic matrix? That's a lot. Wait a second, that's a lot. It's kind of crazy how much that is. Solve lateral, longitudinal constraints. It's not so bad. Draw. I guess I can go and commit what I have right now. I am at the point of doing the controller stuff, right? How do I organize this? Should I implement this first? Probably. Probably should. Okay, so I'm thinking I just kind of follow along with this. That will do vehicle constraint. I'll just port it as it is. I won't try to reorganize it. Right? What is vehicle track? On which side of the vehicle the track is located? Left, right, num. For steering. What if it's a one track? Oh, vehicle track is not like a train track. Like a vehicle that has treads. Okay. This makes sense. What's the next step? Probably just setting up vehicle controller, I think. This one just looks like it's all it's just like a virtual thing. So vehicle controller is next. Oh, damn. Vehicle controller. Resource object? I would. I think vehicle constraint is the whole thing, right? Let me look again. I think vehicle constraint is the physical object. Am I right about that? E constraint subtype. Essentially, somewhere I have to say integrate forces or something, right? This is essentially where I would have to go. Um, I need to find something here. Which one happens first? I think physics process happens before. Okay, so it's kind of an issue. Integrate forces is called after all collisions have happened. So things that I set here happen on the next tick. So essentially I start in the post-collide state. In Jolt, a lot of this stuff is pre and post collision. You have a pre-collision, you have an on-step, and you have a post-collision, right? These are called here. Pre-collide, post-collide. But I wonder if that's more just that's not actually physics tied, because on step I believe is always is equivalent to integrate forces for me in Godot. Constraint set, nope. Physics step listener. Oh, what is all this? Hang on. (10 to 30 steps velocity steps). Is this something that I have? Just make that for now. (10 to 30). Okay. They say rubble. The equivalent would be, you know, zombie bodies. So I guess I'll find out how bad that is when I get there. Okay. For a second, I thought friction was like a float value and it was returning a function. I was really confused. That's why I was highlighting that. These aren't overrides. This is the override on step. Okay, so I'm actually good, I think. I don't have to worry about anything weird there. Having to figure out how to call things in a weird order. Just go to on step. So we call pre-collide, which is not actually pre-collide. It's just, you know. Yeah, this is integrate forces. To make sure I remember to do that. Test collision to find the floor. I should always be colliding with the floor, right? Oh, right, no, yeah. Same way that Godot does it. They draw into their body state changed, which is equivalent to integrate forces. They do raycast, right? They do their collision, their fake collision, essentially. Right. That's what pre-collide and post-collide mean. Okay. And current step. This is where they reduce how frequently test collision for wheels. Right. Number of steps between collisions, although I think this is always just set to 0. Use a body ID as a seed for the step counter so that not all vehicles will update at the same time. Yeah, that makes sense. Just to double check this, I'm gonna go look at the character body. Character virtual, I think. Have I? Yeah, I think I did character virtual. Is what I copied. Or they're used as like a small base. Because a lot of stuff I can't actually do. They use on step. They use update. I use their like walk stairs thing, I think. So, sort of. I sort of use theirs. Weird. Apparently it's not there. Okay. I think this is just a resource, actually. This isn't a real node that exists in the world. It doesn't have process or anything like that. We just call methods on this. That's what I have to look for. Is if anything has like yeah, serializable object. This is literally just a resource. Oh, so that's the controller settings. Yeah, non-copyable, just a resource. Right. Effectively. So these just have the functions below are only for the vehicle constraint. Yeah. I do not get that, however. Yeah, can basically just copy this. And it requires taking in a vehicle constraint. Right. I need to make sure I copy these. Okay. And we'll need an init method, which takes a I'm gonna say vehicle constraint. I think I will just take vehicle base. And then these will have to be saved. Right, that's all this does. We just set the constraint. And then these will just be, yeah, methods that return methods that are meant to be overridden. Okay, so I just realized this does actually take like settings. Yeah, this doesn't do anything. So should I actually go back and split these out? I probably should. This is kind of weird, actually. What is it? Construct wheel. Create a new instance of wheel using wheel settings. Wheel is not there. You have wheel settings, which is all of this stuff. Then you have wheel, which is the method. Would you really pass in wheel settings? What do these do when they make it? This is vehicle constraint. No, vehicle controller is what I'm making. Create wheel. It's probably not written here, is it? I feel like it's not written here. It's not. Create wheel. Construct wheel. Returns a new that wheel from these settings. Vehicle controller. Does it really need this? Vehicle constraint. Let me just see if construct wheel. construct wheel. Controller, construct wheel. Settings. Okay. All right. So they do actually have to be split, it seems, with how this is organized. How would I do this? I would make like a truck vehicle. It would extend vehicle constraint, and it would define a constraint. It would define a constraint settings with a wheeled controller, right? Wheel settings, all of that. Right. I'll just start splitting it out. So vehicle wheel settings is everything, radius, width, suspension force point, all that. The only thing that's not in it, I think is, I say the only thing. All of that is not in it. Okay. So I will do a new, I'll just make this new. I believe all of these are, yeah, these are like the public exports that go out here. Up local, for local, and steering axis. Those are... up, forward, steering axis. Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Is that 13? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. So I'm just going to cut all of this out. This goes into wheel settings now. This will be vehicle wheel, I think it should probably be called. Okay, I'll leave the names the same. Okay. I need to copy this stuff in here because I've missed that. I copied the wrong thing. Or, no, I did not. I don't think I did. Okay. Those probably also save, I bet. Wheel needs wheel settings. You construct it with wheel settings. Oops. I'm not sure if that's kept there, but suspension force point. This one actually goes out of here to wheel settings. Cool. Okay. I was checking to see if this one saved anything. Yeah, this doesn't save anything. None of this stuff is exported. This, I'm pretty sure, should be exported. Right? Maybe that's handled by the vehicle? The vehicle saves that per wheel? Probably. Let me look. For roll bar, wheel settings. You don't save the... Why not? I think I should. I think I really should. I don't know why you wouldn't. Are these not saved? Are they, that's not what these are? I guess this makes sense. Just rotational speed for like reading, you know, maybe animations or something. And angle, same thing, just for reading animations. But I would at least think steering angle you might want to save. Like say if some AI driving a car and they're turning. You hit save while they're turning, you reload. The game loads back up and there's just like going forward and they abruptly, you know, correct themselves to get back on track. Because they have to turn their wheels again. Okay. So it's really just a wheel, I think, that I had to fix. I don't think the other ones need to be changed like that. I gotta go back and look at this. Wheel settings save. Okay. Right, okay. So this actually defines nothing but this method construct controller. Which is really weird. Construct controller. Return new settings, return this object. No, I'm just gonna stick with it. I think this is a really strange thing. It's probably just, I don't know, some decision on how they write classes made a long time ago, and then they just kept with it, even when I feel like it doesn't really make much sense. Because they have settings with functions that construct objects. Those settings are... This one's really strange. This one is really, really weird. This one is particularly weird. Physics system. What is that? Physics system. Physics system. I get... This will be inside of integrate forces. Where's that? Integrate forces receives a physics direct body state. Physics system. What do they do with that? So I guess I'll look at wheeled controller, pre and post collide, and see what they do. So they actually do a lot. Physics system. It looks like they do nothing with physics system. Okay. This one I might expect to do something because of how much it does. It said 1 of 3. And then I hit through 2 and it said, oh, that's it, actually. So this is not used. Does vehicle motorcycle use this? Get gravity. Okay. What about tracked vehicle? No. I believe the only place that the only equivalent that has gravity like that is it physics server? No. It's like, I don't know. The method is called gate gravity though. Physics body get gravity? Let me see if I can find this. Get gravity. I remember seeing it. I definitely do. Really? Is it going to be a thing again where the only one that I actually care about is literally the last one listed? Where did I see this from then? Weird. Okay. So this is not used for anything but gravity, and gravity can be retrieved from itself. Or like the vehicle constraint. I can get the gravity from the vehicle constraint. I mean, I think that's where this can come from. There's gravity scale. Physics body, get gravity. Gravity vector can be from all sources that can affect the body. So yeah, it'll just be from that. But if I get there, then I'll get there. I don't think I'm going to use that because I'm not going to have any gravity changes. Gravity's always going to be constant. No, no science fiction stuff where you walk out the airlock and your gravity just cuts in half. Right. That's all that. Okay, and it's just empty. Right. So now I will go to finally vehicle constraint, right? Finally this one. The big stuff. Okay. Vehicle-based settings. All this. This should be model front. Because that's positive Z. Yep. They say to set this to pi to disable it. So I'll leave it at pi as the default. Okay. I would like to order this a little bit. Cool. Now this guy. I will be copying all of this, actually. So much stuff, actually. I can't copy all that. That's just too much. I will implement it as I get to it. Because this does a lot of extra stuff that's like for... The islands are like the shape thing. That's all managed for me. So really I just have to go through and... That. I just have to go through and see what I really need to implement. I believe the only thing I should have to implement is... integrate forces, the on-step method. I mean, that's the really important one I have to implement. This should go on here. Essentially what I think is going to happen is this vehicle, this part of the vehicle base here, okay, this part, is going to... Well, I guess it'll actually stay here. Vehicle controller will apply his inputs to it. These might even just go away, actually. But essentially, vehicle controller will act as my front where I call these methods. These will go to vehicle controller. I'll do accelerate, brake, reverse, steer. And then any additional methods I may want on it. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, this one will essentially just be all the whole integrate force thing. And then vehicle controller looks like it will be update, vehicle body, cancel what? Contact body. Effect 3 relative velocity. Ah, okay. No, I get that. Right, this is wheel stuff. Get wheel speed at clutch. Right input times max steer angle. Oh, wheel. Oh, here it is. Pre-collide. We set the steering angle. So before we do wheels, we apply our wheel steering. Then after we've, pretty much at the end of integrate forces, we call this. I'm gonna guess this is maybe to, right, it's to call back and do like wheel updates. Okay, that makes sense. But this doesn't make sense. This is kind of silly. Here's a ton of stuff. That is a lot. Gaussian elimination. Wow, okay. So this will also be kind of included in that. I gotta open the window. You can see the frame rate on the camera dropped. Where does input actually go? Right at the very start of this, we take our forward input. Ah, I actually get it. If I go to the samples, vehicle, yeah, what, I don't understand what that one is. Yes, this just sets this stuff. right? This is like the controller part. So this part, yeah, instead of having these be values, I want to do that. Yeah, because it's setting right. Well, actually, this is weird. This is it. Set driver input. Okay. Okay, so I guess I'll just kind of copy this, right? The set driver input does come in controller, right? That's what I was looking for. I was looking to see if I needed to write that differently or if that's written. It is written. No. What? That's what I was just looking at. Is it constraint that has set driver input? This one. Handbrake. What about motorcycle? Oh, it extends wheeled vehicle controller. Okay. And track. In forward, left ratio, right ratio, brake. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to figure out where this happens, where we go from button input to controller. This stuff I do want to keep. So I've already committed this, right? Because I can just go in and grab it when I need it. Right? In theory. Yeah. This is all here. So for now I'm just gonna delete this and clear this thing out and start over. And then I'll add this stuff back in when as I need it. So I will need, I'll need the exit position. I'll have to, this will go to the controller. But generally all this is camera target as well. But generally this is all going away. Generally, literally this is all going away. I'm just starting over. By starting over, I mean copying this and converting it. Okay, so vehicle constraint starts with, that's already set. This one has a lot of these things. I guess I'll just do all this. Vector 3 gravity override. Guess so, sure, I'll take it. I guess I'll make an export but not save it. Well, I can see exactly what is saved if I just go here. Ooh. So this only saves pitch roll and current step. Interesting. When I want to save more of the stuff for like reloading, then I will do so. But at least I know that I will not have a situation where the gravity of the vehicle is changing. I could absolutely make that save and make it possible to say, oh, you know, this vehicle is like a wall climber or something. It will drive into a wall and it sticks to the wall, right? Mario Kart stuff. But I'm not gonna do that, so I don't need to add that. I shouldn't be spending time making any of this stuff save, because as far as I know, I'm not going to save any of it. They don't save it, so I'm probably not going to save it. Now, body is an object, yeah. Body is itself, actually. This is itself. Yes, I don't need that. It was not an ID. Yeah, never mind. Why is this not defined with a value? Interesting. I guess because it's set by the controller or something else. The settings? Yeah, the settings. Although why is it also stored here? I don't know. I feel like I'm shaking the camera a lot. It really feels like my monitor is shaking like a lot, like just way too much. I think it might just be that like the air conditioner's turned on. And that's like adding something. Because I'm like working on this and I feel like I'm like vibrating. Because my monitor keeps like subtly shaking. Vehicle anti-roll bars. It's an array of roll bars. Vehicle controller. Ouch. Is active. If the constraint is active. That would be process mode. I'll leave it because I don't know exactly what it's used for yet. But I should think this is just process mode. But it does store it separately. This does implement like it's like physics server thing. So although I really think I'm not going to use this one, I'm going to keep it. Or even have multiple vehicles, which is the real point of this. Print. Well, I guess not really. This one actually has a default value. angle constraint part. I guess I will have to make that. Combine friction function. Okay. So I'll just make a function with this name. It takes a uint that is unnamed. Funny. I mean, what? Where is this defined? This was defined somewhere. Combine function is written somewhere as a using. I know it is. Here it is. Just copy this. And it's a void function. It returns, damn, in out. Yeah, so it does have to be a vector 2. Body, I guess, is just physics body. Sub shape ID. Just int, I think. Right, so combine friction by default does this. In body 2, okay, is this a physics direct body state 3D? Physics material? Material? Okay, I gotta find this. A rigid body, friction. Physics material override. Okay. Trying to see if this is used anywhere else besides rigid body. Whoops. Looks like no. Static body has it. Okay, what does this do when you call this? Does it go to physics server and say, here it is? No. Physics material override. What does rigid body do? Because somewhere this has to be used, right? Oh. Reload physics characteristics. Set parameter, there it is. I would call body get parameter friction. Okay. Right. Why is friction not available here though? It's weird. So I would do, this is also 2D, 3D. Why do I have this tab open twice? I would do body get parameter. With parameter friction, right? Okay. So I do have a physics body, then I can call get RID and friction. Which is really weird that you can't get this otherwise. Body 2, get RID. Okay, I guess. Friction. Cool. Yeah, that was it. Just that. And then step callback. What does this mean? Function vehicle physics step listener context, which I don't use anywhere. So I'll just do the same thing there. It'll just take the vehicle. So combine friction. Let's just do callbacks. We'll just add these functions. Right. Angle constraint part. Let me get that in there. Constraint part. Angle constraint part. So I'm just kind of gonna set this up, I think, and then not write anything else until I know for sure what I'm using. Same thing that I'm doing with the spring constraint, I think, or the spring part. Okay, right, I'm still just going with this stuff down here I need. And then I think I'm about ready to end it here. We'll be committing this and then be done with stream. I said this would probably take me like 2 or 3 days, optimistically, and then probably 3 or 4 days, realistically. This might actually be done tomorrow. This might be an optimistic one. Spring part. I already have spring part. That. Okay. So that allows, I think, vehicle controller or vehicle base. I don't have any issues. Cool. And I will ignore that. Okay, very intelligent. Ignore that. I'm just gonna click through and see if there's any more of those that I can put in. Some stuff here. And warnings. Unused private. Yeah. Can I just ignore that, like, for everything? No. To ignore these individually. All right. No more warnings here. Okay, only renames on stuff that renamed. Good. That's fine. Interesting, but that's fine. Spring settings, get capitalized. Roll bar, get capitalized. Okay. This whole file just got kind of wiped clean. Okay. Cool. All right. Start on. Some vehicle base. Add. Split wheel into settings and logic. That vehicle controller. Base classes. Cool. Rename some files to match class name. Sweet. Okay. I'm going to end it here for today. A lot of progress. Yeah, I actually feel pretty good that I could finish this tomorrow. I'm sure it'll take the whole time, or nearly the whole time, but probably tomorrow. And then I'll be able to play around with it and hopefully have something that doesn't slide around like ice and doesn't flip over like crazy. It's funny, like to use real values and like to have a realistic setup at all, I either have to have a vehicle that rolls over way too much or drives on ice. And it was pretty clear from Godot's code, you know, it's like 11 years old. It was implemented 11 years ago and never finished. They just didn't have, I think what I saw was they didn't have that lateral friction coming in at all. It was literally not computed. It was just the incoming velocity as pure friction. It doesn't account for, it has a weird thing with the, like a roll to add another impulse, which is probably why it looks like a slide so much. That's making just, that's just making me slide instead of like grip the ground and like curve into it, you know? Yeah. All right, that's it. Thanks for watching. I'll be here tomorrow. Goodbye.